Each year we like to recognize those senior exhibitors showing for their last time here at the Southeastern Youth Fair. So congratulations, this is a great group of exhibitors here. From Lake Weir High, Caitlin Barnhart. Representing North Marion High FFA, Savannah Carsey. Aubriana Colosimo with the Southern Roots 4-H. Katie Curd with Lucky Learners 4-H. Jack Duncan with Dunellen High FFA. Braden Ernest with the Bellevue High FFA. Riley Fiegel with the Caprine 4-H Club. Showing with Wild and Country 4-H, Kennedy Fritz. Chasen Gonsman with the Westport High FFA. Grayson Hires with Two Rivers 4-H. Reagan Gerald showing with Trinity Catholic FFA. Kylie Johannesson with the Bellevue High FFA. Joshua Johnson with Trinity Catholic FFA. Troy Long showing with Forest High FFA. Avery Larenko also with Forest High FFA. And Haley Meadows representing Forest High FFA. Jordan Pompano with Lake Weir High FFA. Victoria Paradiso with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Jacob Peebles with the Dunellen High FFA. Addison Pope showing with the Wild and Country 4-H. Logan Rector with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Emmanuel Sandoval with Trinity Catholic FFA. Jenna Sinkler with the North Marion High FFA. And Sanya Slate with the Indigo 4-H. And Tucker Stone with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Let's have a big round of applause for these senior exhibitors exhibiting for their last go-around here at the Southeastern Youth Fair. Joining them in the show arena are the remainder of all the exhibitors in the 2026 Southeastern Youth Fair Swine Show. You don't always get to see all these exhibitors at one time and in one place. So we'd like to give you a glimpse into the future. We'd love to show you what is coming down the road. We'd love to share with you the scope and the size of the Southeastern Youth Fair. Would you say thank you and congratulations to all of the 2026 Southeastern Youth Fair Hog Show exhibitors here this evening. Congratulations to you all. What a great group of showmen and show ladies here tonight. Moms and dads and families, ag teachers, 4-H agents, all who've had a part of these youngsters and their projects, we want to say a huge thank you. Thank you for your support, for your encouragement, and for allowing them to be a part, to be introduced to American and Florida agriculture. We want to welcome you this evening to the Southeastern Youth Fair Hog Show. We, with great pride, start off each of our events with a pledge to the American flag, the FFA and the 4-H motto, and also open up with a word of prayer. And so I'm going to ask that if you are able to stand, remove cover. We have Miss Presley Williams from Majestic Oaks who's going to be leading us in the American pledge. Hayden Van Loo from Cracker Country with the 4-H motto. Jenna Frobig with Lake Weir High is going to be doing the FFA motto. And Addison Torres from Bellevue High will be leading us in a word of prayer. Thank you, Presley, for leading us tonight.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The 4-H pledge. I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
The FFA motto, learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve. And if I could have you all please bow your heads for a moment in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for this day and this opportunity to be here, Lord. We want to thank you for allowing us to be a part of this great industry of our culture. Help us to be mindful each day of the value our culture brings to our nation by providing a safe and abundant food supply. May we always remember that we depend on you for the rain and sunshine. We thank you for the opportunity to compete and participate in the Southeastern Youth Fair. We are thankful for the many volunteers that work to make this possible for each participant. We pray that good sportsmanship will prevail in each individual and that you protect from harm as we exhibit our project 6 week. Lord, we love you and we pray in your son Jesus' name, amen.
Great job, ladies. Thank y'all very much. Give them a round of applause for leading us here tonight. Our exhibitors will be heading back to their stalls to get their animals ready. We'll be bringing in Class 1 here in just a few moments. While they are staging and preparing, we'd like to introduce to you our judge for tonight, Mr. John Hines. Mr. Hines is from Sydney, Ohio, a graduate of the Ohio State University, has a bachelor's degree in animal science. He was a member of both the meats and the livestock evaluation team there. Also helped to coach those teams. He's employed by VaxNova as an account manager working with swine producers across the Midwestern United States. Has judged all across the United States, including the Iowa State Fair, the Colorado State Fair, West Virginia State Fair, Western Bonanza Junior Livestock Show. He also owns and operates his own show pig operation in Southwest Ohio. Let's have a big round of applause for our judge tonight, Mr. John Hines. Thank you, Judge Hines. We appreciate all of our vendors and food trucks that are here this week. Know it's a little messy here at the moment, but we encourage you to go out there and patronize those businesses. If you got a little sweet tooth, Chico's walking through here with some floss, as he calls it. You won't even know you've had anything. It's almost like eating a Krispy Kreme donut. It'll melt in your mouth. Chico, thank you and all the rest for being here this week. We are grateful to you. Also want to say thanks to the Marion County Sheriff's Department for all of their support, the great relationship we have with them. City of Ocala Police Department, the Marion County firefighters, all of our first responders, we're so grateful. I want to say thanks to the Marion County Public School System, too, for the wonderful relationship we have with them. We're very grateful. It looks like we've got Class 1 staged and ready to go here. We're pretty close. This first class is going to have 15 entries. There'll be 2 pounds difference in all of these pigs coming out here. They'll weigh between 234 and 236 pounds. Representing Two Rivers 4-H, we've got Riley Cannon in the arena. Henry Boyer with the Town and Country 4-H. Anniston Post with the Dunellen 4-H Club. Levi Gonzalez with the Two Rivers 4-H Club. Peyton Miller, Arrowhead Archery. Lucy Dooley with the Dunellen Christian FFA. Calla Owens with Grandview 4-H. Cora Taylor with Town and Country 4-H. Bellevue Bald Eagles, Braden Pruitt showing for them. Braylon Amsden with Cracker Country 4-H. Madeline Marino with the Town and Country 4-H. Kyren Roberts, Indigo 4-H. Kendall Wilson with the Southern Roots 4-H. Kennedy Perez with the Grandview 4-H. And Caitlin Gerard with the Bellevue High FFA. Our sponsor for Class 1 is Southern Charm Aesthetics. Also like to remind everyone that go into the Ag Ventures tent. It's back behind the north stands here. That tent is sponsored by the Marion County Farm Bureau, celebrating Food Checkout Week this week, recognizing the affordable and the abundant food supply that we are blessed with here in the state of Florida and in America, where the typical family spends less than 10% of their disposable income on their food. There's also an opportunity to sign up in there for a $100 Publix gift card. So we encourage you to go in and learn a little bit about Florida agriculture and have a chance to win some food from Publix.
Well, good evening. It's a pleasure to come back to the Southeastern Youth Fair here today in Ocala after judging showmanship this morning. Really looking forward to this market hog show. And we get into our first class of kind of lighter weight crossbred market hogs, or just market hogs in general. And I think we've got three that surface to the top rather handily in this class. These are the powerfully constructed, practical made hogs that balance up and look like show hogs from the side. They're athletic and comfortable terms in their build. And yet, with that being said, there's one that maybe from the same standpoint doesn't want to come out here towards the center of the ring and has kind of found himself into that gate in that corner after showmanship today. I bet he's the decisive winner in this class. Young ladies crossbred Calico Bear there on the far side of the ring needs to start us off by some margin. The stoutest skulled, biggest bladed hog in this particular event. He's really open through the center portion of his blade, and as you study him from the blade back to his hip, there's no doubt in my mind he's the biggest and most massive in terms of his rib cage. He's great in terms of his center body cavity. Still one that's really square and secure and dense from hock to ground as he's stepping behind him. In a perfect world, we can lengthen this one out slightly in terms of his upper hip, but I think the same argument can be made for the other two gilts in comparison in this class. Just a real good place to start off in this particular heat. Following that one up, we're going to use the young man's kind of traditional blue buck gill here to slot second. And again, I didn't pin her right off the bat. She was the first one to come out here to the show because, hey, with that being said, you never know what's coming down the pipeline. But with that being said, this is a darn good pig in her own right. Another one that's really opened up as she studies right at when you study her at the surface in terms of her chest floor. One that's big and fresh and rolled up in terms of her back. Really square-ended, square-hip kind of hog. She just reads frailer in terms of her overall feature in comparison to her class winner today. For as big and as bold as she is up high, just like to stouten that one up in the surface, particularly as you study her from ankle to ground going away. But again, that one's just that much more comfortable out of her hip and hind skeleton over the young lady's belted gilt that slots third in this class. Really like and admire the front two-thirds of the young lady's gilt, and she does a great job of driving this one. Another one that's big and open through the center portion of her blade, good in terms of her rib shape and her body cavity. You get behind this one and she gets a little more hesitant stepping in terms of where she wants to place her hocks ever so slightly as you step in behind her. Gets a little more east and west in terms of that regard. Still felt like she just had more total mass coming out of her skeleton than the young lady's other calico gilt that comes out next. This is a really functional kind of female, and she's kind of fault-free in that regard. Great in terms of her feet and legs. Unfortunately for me, as you study this one up high, out of our top four in the class, she's the flattest through the center portion of her blade, the flattest in terms of her forerib, and the most nondescript in her muscle pattern as you read her down her top line and out through the base of her hip and sitting down through the seat of her pants. If we can simply give that one just a shot more natural muscle, stouten her up in her features slightly, we can certainly work her up the ladder because the build and comfort level on that one's really good. Young man brings us out a real practical bear in this class that just catches a pin for that regard. This one's super stout about his skull, big in terms of his form, great big feet and legs with even toes, a bear that still reads with some muscle. He's just simply too short coupled out of the front one-third of his skeleton for this judge in particular. Simply have to make the hog better looking in that regard. Bear that rounds out the class in our top six is another one that, again, paints a pretty similar silhouette to the hog up in front of him, just not as dense overall in terms of his feature, one that reaches a little bit farther forward into his blade, but certainly a bear that still opens up with some genuine width when you study him at the surface, a bear that still reads with some muscle shape up high and some muscle as you step in behind him. Just a good kind of practical bear that doesn't have the extra bells and whistles to reach any higher in this class. Good class of hogs. If you could, put your hands together for those folks as they exit.
Congratulations to all of our Class 1 exhibitors. Winning the class today, representing Bellevue High, this is Caitlin Gerard. Standing second from the Bellevue Bald Eagles, Braden Pruitt. In third place from the Dunellen 4-H Club, Aniston Post. In fourth place from the Two Rivers 4-H, Riley Cannon. Fifth place today, Arrowhead Archery 4-H, Peyton Miller. And in sixth place, rounding out our top six, Kendall Wilson of the Southern Roots 4-H. Congratulations to our top six in Class 1. And again, we appreciate Southern Charm Aesthetics for sponsoring Class 1. Our second class with 16 entries now coming into the show arena. Representing Dunellen 4-H is Kate Viverito. showing with Vanguard High FFA, Emma Steinmetz. Eli Blackburn showing with Wild and Country 4-H. Kaylin Barnhart representing Lake Weir High FFA. Josie Camara with the Southern Roots 4-H. Avery Lofton showing with Dunellen High FFA. Ive Hammock showing with the Florida Riverside 4-H. Liliana Augustin showing the Lake Weir High Chapter Hog. Jackson Kelly showing with Southern Roots 4-H. Hadley Matchett showing with Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H. Blake Hammock showing with Kendrick 4-H. Zion Poole showing with Indigo 4-H. Representing Forest High FFA is Kylie Perez. Jarvius Morant showing with Indigo 4-H. Tucker Sloan representing Lucky Learners 4-H. And showing with Wild and Country 4-H, Hadley Bartlett. I want to say thanks to David and Renee Stevens. They are the sponsors for Class 2 here in our hog show. We have the winners for the food checkoff drawing, gift cards from Publix. Laura Hammock and Patty Rivers. Congratulations to you, ladies. You'll have someone from the Farm Bureau to contact you and get you that Publix gift card for $100. Congratulations to you. And thanks once again to Florida Farm Bureau, Marion County Farm Bureau for their sponsorship of Food Checkoff Week.
Interesting class of pigs, and I'll be the first to admit it's a little more problematic than what our first class was. We've got two individuals in our top four that have the kind of skeletal width and the mass and the density that I look for, but at the same standpoint, they're just not comfortable enough in terms of their skeletons off either end. And we're left with two hogs that are really, really good in terms of their build and their design, their ability to get out and go and reach and cover ground off of both ends of their surface. And yet, with that being said, there's some trade-offs in terms of their general balance as you study them from the side. Between the pair, though, there is one that's just simply stouter. As you study this one in terms of his skull and its jawline, he's bigger in terms of his form. He's bigger and denser in terms of his rear leg. Help me congratulate the young man in the white shirt on the far side of the ring He'll be starting off this particular class here today. Now, I'll be the first to admit I'd like to shove this guy's blade back a little bit further. I'd like to level him in terms of his spine. But when you get on top of this hog, he is a big rolled up, fresh back kind of bear that's great in terms of his rib shape and his body cavity, and is simply denser about his look than the young lady's solid black bear that slots second in this particular class. The young lady's gilt in second is an athlete. This one covers her tracks really, really well. It kind of reminds me of an old Angus cow out on the move. Very, very comfortable in that regard. A gilt that's still stout about her skull, a gilt that still studies with some feature when you study her at the surface. We simply need to give this one a shot more mass through the upper portion of her skeleton, and we can work her up higher to compete against that class winner here today. At the same standpoint, this one's just so much comfortable at the surface than what the young man's heavy-muscled, wide-based kind of crossbred gilt is here. If we were just going to study these things all in a picture, this one would take a good picture at the backdrop. The problem is when you set her in motion, she really wants to break down. When you drive right at you, she really wants to pigeon toe and twist at the surface up front. And then you study her going away and out of the top trio in this class. She's the one that really wants to push her confines as you study her on her rear skeleton. Bring that one back in more bounds, and she wins this class for fun. Just one that's too out there, simply put, for this particular judge. The hog that comes out next, again, this is the other hog in the class that I really like and admire from a skeletal width and just a mass and stoutness perspective. He's simply not mobile enough off of either end of his skeleton for me to tie into today. I understand this packed clay surface is a little bit unforgiving, but from the same standpoint, he just simply put doesn't want to take a big enough step out of either end of his skeleton, loosen him up in terms of his structure, and we can certainly work him up the line, just not comfortable or athletic enough for this particular judge. Young man, solid black bear that comes out next, again, one that's really practical and good in terms of his rib shape and his center body cavity. Hog that's elevated at the point of shoulder and is still neat and attractive from the blade forward. At the same standpoint for me, when you study him, he wants to get shorter in terms of his lower rump and just rounder in terms of his general muscle pattern. Need to square that one up in that regard. To work up any higher in this particular heat today. Round out the class, young lady's belted bear here. Again, one that I really like from the blade back. He's a tall-shouldered, elevated kind of hog that's still good in terms of his forerib shape, fresh in terms of his back shape, and square and secure from hip to hock to ground as he's stepping behind him. He just studies too upright and perpendicular in terms of his blade, which often hogs that are really elevated up front do, and he really wants to drive it in close through his chest, floor, and knee. Fix him in those areas, and I think we can make a case to work him up higher in class here today as well. Very good class of pigs. If you could, put your hands together for those kids once again as they exit.
Congratulations to our Class 2 exhibitors. Winning the class, Hadley Matchett of the Fort McCoy Forley 4-H. Second place, Kaylin Barnhart of the Lake Weir High FFA. Third place, Jackson Kelly with the Southern Roots 4-H. In fourth place, Kate Viverito with the Dunellen 4-H. In fifth place, Tucker Sloan with the Lucky Learners 4-H. And in sixth place, Kylie Perez of the Forest High FFA. Again, we want to thank David and Renee Stevens for sponsoring Class 2. We are ready to bring Class 3 now into the arena.
Blake.
We have a correction on that last class's placing. The winner is Blake Hammett of Kendrick 4-H. We apologize about that. Sorry about that, Hadley. Blake Hammett, Kendrick 4-H is your winner of Class 2. Class 3 now coming in, sponsored by Newman's Larson Farms. Ethan Jason Murdoch of the Prime Cuts 4-H. Himina Murdoch, also with the Prime Cuts 4-H. Addison Watts showing with Wild and Country 4-H. Brody Schofield with the Trinity Catholic FFA. Reagan Gerald with the Trinity Catholic FFA. Asher Lewis with the Grandview 4-H. Addison Pope with Wild and Country 4-H. Katie Curd showing with Lucky Learners 4-H. Willow Pinson with the Grandview 4-H Club. Landry Jones with the Bellevue Middle FFA. Camden Thornton with Indigo 4-H. Abigail Hirsch showing with Lucky Learners 4-H. Kennedy Fritz showing with the Wild and Country 4-H. Riley Warner showing with the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H. And Kaylin Matchett showing with the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H as well. 15 exhibitors here in Class 3. These hogs will weigh between 244 and 246 pounds.
Again, more challenging class to sort through. I'll be the first to admit in terms of my type and kind, I like them really dense, I like them athletic, I like them practical, and I like to see them have some muscle and look like show hogs. And in this class, there's some in here that offer us some pieces but offer us some problems. So you got to really go back to the basics. And when I talk about the basics, I mean, let's pick good, practical, functional stock, hogs that still open up with some genuine width, hogs that have some muscle working through them, hogs that still offer us some little bells and whistles from the side. I'll be the first to admit I'd like to freshen all these ones up in a certain area or two, but there is one out here that from a composition and a practicality and a proportionality standpoint needs to lead off, and that's the young lady's blue gilt there on the far side of the ring. Admittedly, for me, I wish this one would quit hugging the rail and would get out here in the southern portion of the ring and show herself off and be cooperative for the young lady, because when she does, you can see a lot of the things that I'm talking about here. That one's very, very comfortable in terms of her skeleton. She's great in terms of her rib shape, great in terms of her skeletal width. A hog that admittedly I'd like to freshen up in terms of her market hog shape and just crisp her up and her back up high. But again, that one's the best in terms of her skeleton, the best in terms of her proportions, the best in terms of her balance. She needs to lead off this class. More of a decision comes between 2 and 3. Hogs that offer us some similarities, hogs that are elevated at the point of shoulder but probably study a little more upright and perpendicular in terms of their blade. And with that being said, there's one that just offers us so much more natural muscle shape, particularly as you study them up high and get behind them. Young lady's belted bear right here in front of me. She's going to slot second in this particular class. Again, a bear that opens up with some genuine width, a bear that's shapely up high. Admittedly, for me, I'd like to make this one bigger and bolder and rounder in terms of his rib shape, but with what we have to offer, his extra muscle shape is really what separates him over the young man's kind of chromed up bear here on the far side of the ring. This one's very, very comfortable and athletic in terms of his skeleton as well. He's really good in terms of how he utilizes and plants and drives off his hip and hind leg. He's a bear that's proportional in terms of his build. At the same standpoint for me, he studies more upright and perpendicular in terms of his blade. He gets straighter and more rigid there in terms of his knee, and he wants to close up in terms of his chest floor. And from a balance standpoint as well, this one wants to wash and play out more right there in terms of his ham loin hookup. Still offers us just more natural muscle shape than the young man's gilt that comes out next. Again, this one's really, really athletic when you study her at the surface. Just reads plainer in terms of her overall build for me out here today. One that, again, has some stoutness of skull and some stoutness of feature, but out of the top 4 in our class, she's by some margin the considerably the lightest muscled gilt out of that top 4. Still, with that being said, she still has muscle and she's just more comfortable off of either end than the young lady's calico that comes out next. Again, a tall-shouldered, elevated, bigger outline kind of hog, a hog that offers us some shape and some curvature through his lower rib and body cavity. At the same standpoint for me, he wants to get shorter and rounder out of his hip. He wants to kind of duck his pins and roll as the way he steps and utilizes his hind leg as you study him going away. Just need to adjust him from that standpoint. The gilt that comes out next in 6 is the most unique one in terms of the class. She's the heaviest muscled. She's the biggest and boldest and roundest in terms of her rib. She's stout about her feature when you study her at her surface. She's neat from the blade forward. She's just simply not comfortable enough out of that hind skeleton in particular out here today. Maybe one that's just naturally reads a little bit tighter in terms of how she utilizes her hip and hind leg. I think if we could loosen that one up, in particular off that back left, we could certainly work her up the line. Just have to make that one sounder and more athletic. Good class of pigs again. Let's give them a hand as they exit.
Congratulations to our Class 3 exhibitors. Winning the class today with Wild and Country 4-H, Addison Pope. In second place with the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H, Riley Wunner. Standing third today, representing Trinity Catholic, Brody Schofield. Reagan Gerald is fourth, once again representing Trinity Catholic. Fifth place, Landry Jones of the Bellevue Middle FFA. And rounding out our top 6 from the Grandview 4-H, Asher Lewis. Again, congratulations to all of our Class 3 exhibitors, and we appreciate Newman's Larson Farms for sponsoring Class 3. Class 4, sponsored by Mayo Fertilizer, has 13 entries. Representing Lake Weir High FFA, Linda Heald. Showing for Bellevue High Senior, Peyton Preconiak. Representing the Lucky Learners 4-H, Victoria Paradiso. Emma Gonzalez with Two Rivers 4-H. Jordan Pompano with the Lake Weir High FFA. Showing with Wild and Country 4-H, Emily Morris. Representing Lake Weir High FFA, Blandon Austin. Peyton Thornton is representing Indigo 4-H. Abby Sapp showing with Grandview 4-H. Jenna Sinkler with North Marion High FFA. Representing Forest High FFA, Tegan Beach. Sydney Antoine showing for Bellevue Bald Eagles. And also representing Indigo 4-H, Adeline Dawson. Class 4, sponsored by Mayo Fertilizer.
A good class of hogs and kids, and this one falls together very logically. The young lady, Sandy Barra, needs to win this class and needs to win so rather decisively. Again, by some margin, the best proportion, best balanced hog in this particular drive. He's the stoutest in terms of his feature. He's the best in terms of his angulation. He's the freshest in terms of his body cavity. One that's stout when he comes at you, one that's stout and square and secure from hip to octagon as he leaves you. Just a good kind of a place to start. We got to follow him up with the young lady's Barra right here in front of me as well. This is the other extreme kind of stout one in this stout in class. It's still very, very comfortable in terms of his skeleton. He offers us maybe some advantages over our class winner. That one's really big about his form. He's big in terms of his blade, fresh and shapely in terms of his back, very, very loose in terms of his skeleton. Just doesn't offer us the same type of extras in terms of rib shape and just proportionality through the center portion of his body cavity there. Give him a shot more flesh from a balance perspective, and I think he pushes our class winner that much harder. But that's the other stout feature, good constructed, rugged made kind of a bear that needs to slot second in this heat. Young lady's guild slots in third by default. This one opens up with some genuine width. She's neat from the blade forward. She's fresh and shapely as you study her down her top line all the way from her forerib to her rear rib, and as the way she transitions into a big stout pin set and a big kind of a stifle, she gets a little bit tighter in terms of that back left hock, and we just like to loosen her in that regard to compete with those two hogs up ahead of her today. She just offers more genuine muscle than the young lady's Bear that comes out next. Now, this hog, to me, from a build standpoint, is very intriguing. I love how stout and attractive he is about his mug. He's huge in terms of his form, big in terms of his feature, and it plants and drives square and secure off a huge hip and hind leg. He's just too plain in terms of his muscle pattern. If we could freshen that one up in terms of just genuine muscle all the way through, we could certainly work him up a spot or two in this particular class. Love the front two-thirds of the young lady's kind of skunk-headed bear that comes out here next. Awesome from a skin and hair standpoint. You can tell she's put in the time and the work at home. This one just studies too upright off of both ends of his skeleton for me. Again, we've got to set him back in his blade, lengthen him in terms of his hip length, and get him to take a more fluid stride off of either end of his skeleton. He still works his way up in this class, though, as he's a hog that opens up with genuine width and has muscle. He's just not comfortable enough off of either end for this judge. Round out the class with a good practical kind of bear that's well presented by this young lady here. Bigger outline kind of hog, which is okay. This hog still opens up with some shape. He's got some ditch working down his back. He's really square-ended as you step in behind him. He just studies too frail when you study him at the surface. He gets longer in terms of his front pastern, longer in terms of his toes, and we'd like to correct him in that area and just make him stouter in terms of his overall feature and heaviness of skeleton to work him up any higher in class today. But a very, very good class with a very good two pair of bears on the top end. Again, let's give these kids a nice congratulations and round of applause as they exit.
Congratulations, Class 4 exhibitors. Winning the class with Grandview 4-H, Abby Sapp. Standing second with the Lucky Learners 4-H, Victoria Paradiso. In third place, showing the Bellevue Bald Eagles chapter or club hog, Sydney Antoine. Fourth place, Jordan Pompano with the Lake Weir High FFA. Fifth place, Jenna Sinkler with the North Marion High FFA. And in sixth place, Emma Gonzalez with the Two Rivers 4-H. So congratulations, Class 4. And again, we thank Mayo Fertilizer for sponsoring that class. Class 5 now coming out into the arena. 15 entries. And Class 5 is being sponsored by Anderson Columbia. We have Addison Murdoch with the Prime Cuts 4-H. Madison Vandergriff with the Bellevue High FFA. Reagan Winterbauer with the Vanguard High FFA. Blake Martin showing with Fort King FFA. Winston Sapp showing with Grandview 4-H. Dominic Reister Cabrera with the Dunellen 4-H Club. Riley Fiegel representing Caprine 4-H. Cheyenne McDonald showing with the Dunellen Middle FFA chapter. Grayson Hires showing with the Two Rivers 4-H. Kylie Goodson showing with Caprine 4-H. Kenley Crawford showing with Cracker Country 4-H. Cameron Simpson showing with Town and Country 4-H. Allie Jo Hicks with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Mikhail Henderson with the Indigo 4-H. And Brooklyn Meyer with Majestic Oaks 4-H. Class 5 sponsored by Anderson Columbia.
fun class of pigs, and as I was talking to each exhibitor as they exited, just about where I'd like to change on their animal and what was, a positive thing that I liked about their hogs, I told each and every one of them this is the best class that we've seen thus far today, and hopefully the show keeps rolling in this direction because the top trio in this class are very, very good, and there's subtle differences between them, but really in my mind it's a top pair in this particular class between the two barrows that are out here driving. Again, both of these are powerfully constructed hogs. They're hogs that look like show hogs and paint silhouettes of show hogs. They're practical in terms of their build. They're powerful. They're stout about their skull. They're good in terms of their indicators. And they've got extra bells and whistles. And yet with that being said, between the pair of them, there's one that has a decisive advantage when he drives right at you, being square in terms of his knee and bigger in terms of his chest floor. And from the same standpoint, he's also more athletic, and I'm more comfortable with his toe quality, particularly when you study him at the surface. Young man's kind of calico colored hog right here in front of us is going to start us off. Again, that's a good pattern, good design kind of a barrow that's very, very comfortable in terms of his build. Everything just kind of fits. He looks fresh at this particular weight. He's tall-shouldered. He's elevated. He's fresh about his back. Very, very comfortable on his hip and hind leg. And I know this hard clay surface is a little uneven, but that hog really doesn't take a bad step on this surface. Just a darn good pig and a good place to start off. That's not taking anything away from the young lady's belted barrow out here. I love the proportionality of this thing. It's really hard to make hogs with this kind of build and construction. He's a hog that's really elevated and elongated from the blade forward, but it's still stout about his skull. He's short and round about his back and his rib cage. And then when you study him from the profile, he's uniquely really, really long about his hip and takes a big, comfortable, fluid step. My concern is when you study this guy, when he drives right at you, he wants to close up in his knee and his chest floor ever so slightly. And then when you study him at the surface, he wants to get longer and flatter in terms of his pasterns and his toes. And I think if we can change him there, that just adds to his high quality look. But that's a darn good pair on the top end of the class. Young man's gilt's no slouch either. This one wins the two previous classes for fun, and this judge, or a couple previous classes for fun in this judge's opinion. That's a gilt that's bigger in her outline, but big and fresh and rolled up in her back. Awesome in terms of her rib cage again. Very, very comfortable in terms of her skeleton. We just need to stouten this one up in terms of her feature. She reads a little frailer and beakier about her skull, a little smaller in terms of her foot and her forearm size, but a very, very good gilt here. The blue gilt's one that, again, from just a skin and hair standpoint, I'd like to freshen up, but beyond that, that one is big and round in terms of her rib cage. Probably the biggest rib cage gilt, or biggest cage hog in this particular class, one that still offers us a lot of muscle as well. Again, freshen her up from a skin and hair standpoint, make her stouter in terms of her overall feature, and I think she pushes at least that gilt up ahead of her that much harder here today. Barrow that comes out next is on point from a skin and hair standpoint. I mean, he is dressed to the nines. The young lady's done a great job of presenting them one for me here today. He's just too short coupled off of either end of his skeleton, particularly off of that hip and hind leg. We've got to get that one to take a bigger, more comfortable step as he crosses the surface, but certainly one that opens up with some genuine width and some mass. And then we round out the class of the young ladies' gilt here. Again, the tar-headed gilt, really stout and robust about her skull, big in terms of her back, great in terms of her rib cage. Just too hesitant in terms of where she wants to place her front feet on this surface. If we could pick her up on those front pasterns, get her to take a bigger step, again, I think we could work her up the line as well. But an excellent class of hogs with two really good hogs up top. Again, my compliments to each and every one of these exhibitors. Let's put our hands together for some kids that are working hard.
Congratulations to our Class 5 exhibitors. Winning the class from Town and Country 4-H, Cameron Simpson. Second place from Cracker Country is Kenley Crawford. Standing third, representing Dunellen 4-H, Dominic Reister Cabrera. In fourth place, Reagan Winterbauer of Vanguard High FFA. Fifth place, Allie Jo Hicks of the Lucky Learners 4-H. And rounding out the top six, representing Caprine 4-H, Riley Fiegel. Thanks once again to Anderson Columbia for sponsoring Class 5. Class 6 now coming into the arena. have 14 exhibitors. Jefferson Wyatt Carter with the Prime Cuts 4-H. Leah Sparkman with Trinity Catholic FFA. Carson Watts with Wild and Country 4-H. Lauren Murphy with Trinity Catholic FFA. Liam Jones showing with Southern Roots 4-H. Ezra Baptiste with the Vanguard FFA. Aubrey Sig with Cracker Country 4-H. Sailor Costa showing with Bellevue Middle FFA. Representing Town and Country 4-H, Tinley Markham. Noel Shiflett with a Forest High FFA. Bradley Hurst showing with Lucky Learners 4-H. Selena Antoine representing the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Showing with Southern Roots, Zach Blackburn. And Andy Sapp showing with the Grandview 4-H Club. Class 6 is sponsored by Blackstone Livestock Company.
Interesting class, and once again, there's some trade-offs between them and trade-offs in terms of attitude. The longer they're out here and they're driving, I feel most comfortable with starting with the young man in the green jacket here in front of us to lead us off. That's the balanced, most proportional one in this particular drive. He's the biggest and boldest in terms of his chest floor. He's elevated at the point of blade, but again, he's still extended from the blade forward. Fresh in terms of his back shape, fresh in terms of his rib cage and his lower body cavity. A bear that's stout-ended as you get him behind him. I'll be the first to admit I'd like to clean up his back right hock ever so slightly. But again, when you're adding up all the totals, he is the total hog in this particular class, and it's the one that needs to lead us off. More of a decision comes between 2 and 3 in terms of what direction you want to go. I think there's one that's a little bit stouter about her skull and her feature, and at the same standpoint, there's another one out here that's really well presented, offers us a neat kind of look from the blade forward, and is still stout enough for this particular judge. Young lady's kind of Yorkshire peering gilt's going to slot second in this particular class. Again, really like this one from the blade back, really elevated up front, great in terms of her rib cage and center body cavity. You know, ideally for me, I'd like to stouten this one up in terms of her features. She's really stout about her skull. Would just like to make her a shot stouter from ankle to ground in particular, but again, I think that's a good place to kind of follow our class winner in this particular class. Young lady's gill here in third is a really intriguing kind of hog, and I understand this one's got kind of a poor attitude, but you get beyond that, this one's got a lot of intriguing pieces, and I understand this is a market show, but again, thinking about things from a breeding value standpoint, this is the kind I guess I tend to gravitate towards as a judge. She's really stout and robust about her skull. She's big in her arm, great in terms of her proportions. She's just got a horrid attitude for the young lady out here today, and at the same standpoint, she does get a little shorter and rounder out of her hip as well, and we'd like to lengthen her in that regard and get her to take a bigger, more fluid step. But aside from that, again, stoutness a feature, hog that opens up with genuine width and muscle. Rib shape is really square-ended, both coming and going. Just got to adjust in a spot or two and certainly be a little more cooperative out here for that young individual. Solid black gilt that comes out here next. Again, kind of opposite end of the spectrum. Bigger outlined hog, really stout about her skull. Huge in terms of her feature and her foot quality when you study her at the surface. I mean, this one's got a big square hind leg working through her. At the same standpoint for me, she just gets too flat through the middle portion of her body as we move up to these heavier weights. I'd like to freshen her up in that regard. Young lady's belted gilt that comes out here next. Really heavy muscled, attractive kind of a female. One that, again, opens up with some genuine width when you study her at the surface and watch her leave. She's good in terms of her flesh and her lower rib cage. Just one that we've got to stouten up about her skull, stouten up in terms of her overall feature, but a good high-quality gilt that's well presented by that individual. Round out the class, the young lady's calico bear here. One that's really stout about his skull and heavy bone. He's got that extra hair and shag that a lot of judges gravitate towards in the show ring today. Unfortunately for me, out of our top 6, he's the plainest and most nondescript about his top. He gets a little too east and west in terms of where he wants to place his hocks as well, and is one we've got to stouten up in terms of his pin set. Still, studying that one before you set him in motion offers us a lot of intriguing pieces. Fun class of hogs, good pig up top. Again, let's put our hands together for them.
Congratulations, Class 6 exhibitors winning the class. From Grandview 4-H, Andy Sapp. Standing second, representing Cracker Country, Aubrey Sig. In third place, showing for Trinity Catholic, Leah Sparkman. In fourth place, from Southern Roots 4-H, Zach Blackburn. In fifth place, from Vanguard High FFA, Azaria Baptiste. And rounding out the top 6, Sailor Costa. Sailor showing with the Bellevue Middle FFA. Again, we say thanks to Blackstone Livestock for sponsoring Class 6. Class 7 is sponsored by Conrad Tree Service. 13 entries in Class 7. Ryan Riley with the Bellevue Middle FFA. Kenley Baker showing with Vanguard High FFA. Becky Dooley showing with Dunellen High FFA. Representing Bellevue Middle FFA, Olivia Irvin. Taylor Verazian, North Marion High FFA. Weston Lewis showing with Fort McCoy 4-leaf 4-H. Theron Trios of Dunellen 4-H. Madeline Marshall of the Dunellen Middle FFA. Brianna Hill of the Forest High FFA. Adeline Wiley with the Bellevue Middle FFA. Alejandra Davila with the Westport High FFA. Representing Southern Roots 4-H, Isabella Fasulas. And showing with Forest High FFA, Troy Long. These hogs will all weigh between 258 and 260 pounds. we would just like to say thanks to all the volunteers that make the Southeastern Youth Fair happen each year. Thousands of volunteer hours go into this. You see all the ringmen out there, all the ambassadors, all the coordinators of the different shows. We're just so thankful for them. Would you give them a round of applause? Tell them how much you appreciate their efforts. They do a great job. This year we have well over 1,000 students exhibiting over 3,000 different exhibits. What a great thing Southeastern Youth Fair is, to be able to see the number of students who participate. We're just so honored and pleased to be able to provide this venue for these youngsters out here. Special thanks to Sarah Lafice, who is our executive director of the Southeastern Youth Fair. Sarah sitting here to my right, and I'm going to ask her to stand and tip her hat to the crowd out here. Thank you, Sarah. Give her a big round of applause. She does a great job of coordinating everything. Thank you, Sarah.
Another nice class that falls together logically, and the one that's up top in this heat needs to win so with like an 8-point cut if you're familiar with judging terminology. Young lady Skilt right here in front of me, just again as a buzzsaw in this particular heat. By some margin, she's the most proportional, best balanced hog in this particular class. Very, very fluid and comfortable on her feet and legs, doesn't take a bad step in terms of her skeleton. She's practical about her build, powerful as you study her from snout to tail. Just a good kind of an animal that needs to start off this particular drive. There's no doubt in my mind the young lady Skill here is a shot denser, I guess, in terms of her overall feature. At the same standpoint for me, the off-belted gilt that's really wide-based and heavy-muscled just gets a little shorter coupled, particularly in how that ham loin and that hip is designed there. Gets a little shorter, gets a little rounder in that regard. If we can lengthen this gilt out in terms of her rump, I think she pushes our class winner that much harder. But again, I prefer her added length of rump even more so in comparison to the young lady's tar-headed bear that slots third in this particular class. Young lady's bear is a tall-shouldered, elevated kind of hog. Again, paints a really cool silhouette from the side as you study this one. She's big and he's round in terms of his rib. He gets plainer and more nondescript in terms of his muscle pattern as he's stepping behind him, much like the gilt that places up ahead of him in this particular class. He gets shorter and steeper about his hip and just doesn't have as much use or durability in terms of how he wants to plant and drive off that hock. I'd like to see him take his hock and pull it further past his tail root in that regard. But again, a good high-quality bear whose added density allows him to supplant himself over the young man's belted gilt that rounds out the class here next. Young man's gilt's really attractive from the blade forward. She's stout about her skull and her mug. And from the blade back, she's level in terms of her lines. She is longer about her hip than what the gilt or the bear that places up ahead of her is today. At the same standpoint for me, out of our top four, she's the flattest and the shallowest as you study her from forerib to flank. And she studies the most upright and perpendicular from her blade, which doesn't allow her to take quite as big of a step as you study her up front. Young man's bear that comes out next, again, kind of falls from the same issue. This one's really, really heavy muscled. He opens up with plenty of width. He's square-ended as you step in behind him. Just gets plainer in terms of his overall look. Wants to shuffle more out of his hip and hind leg than I deem ideal at this standpoint. I round out the class, young lady's traditional blue bear here. One that's great in terms of his center body cavity and his rib shape. One that just reads too plain about his look up front. Wants to get frailer and smaller about his foot size as he comes right at you. But when he leaves you, that is a big-ended bear that's really square and secure from hock to ground. Just have to make him more attractive to balance better when you set that one in motion. Good class of pigs with a really good gilt up top. Again, my compliments to each and every one of those exhibitors. Let's give them a hand if you could.
Winning Class 7, representing Southern Roots 4-H, Isabella Fasulas. Congratulations. Standing second is Taylor Verazion of North Marion High FFA. In third place, Brianna Hill of the Forest High FFA. In fourth place, Theron Trios of the Dunellen 4-H Club. In fifth place, Troy Long of Forest High FFA. And in sixth place from Dunellen High FFA, Becky Dooley. Again, we say thanks to Conrad Tree Service for sponsoring Class 7. We are at our halfway mark. We've got Class 8 coming in the ring now, 15 entries. Braden Ernest with the Bellevue High FFA. Bristol Diley with the Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H. Holly Clooney with the Southern Roots 4-H. Raylan Bunnell with the Majestic Oaks 4-H. Emmanuel Sandoval with Trinity Catholic FFA. Emma Blackburn with the Bellevue High Junior FFA. Haley Cabrera with the Dunellen 4-H. Stella Rodriguez with the Kendrick 4-H. Olivia Simpson with the Town and Country 4-H. Timothy Brown with Kendrick 4-H. Brooke Varney with the Wild and Country 4-H. Olivia Marks with the Colt Country 4-H. Emma Counts with the Wild and Country 4-H. Jonah Lucier with the Southern Roots 4-H. And Zora Poole with the Indigo 4-H. Our sponsor for Class 8 is Integrity Site Development.
Fun class of market hogs, 3 really good gilts up top. And again, there's trade-offs between them. And I'll describe them each individually first. There's one out here that by some margin, the most elongated from the blade forward, really high-headed and attractive. You maybe question, does she have enough forerib shape? You'd like to bring her up on her pasterns ever so slightly, and you'd like to level her out in her spine. You got another one that's dressed to the 9s from a skin and hair and a presentation standpoint, one that is undoubtedly the biggest and roundest about her rib. At the same standpoint, you question, does the feature she has about her skull and in her surface match the mass that she has up high from a balance standpoint? And then you've got another one out here that's a little more cantankerous in terms of her attitude, kind of wants to hug the corner or hug the rail for the individual, and got spooked trying to put her in the pin. But the same standpoint is big and square in terms of her chest, is also good in terms of her rib cage, and when she kind of comes out here and just slows down and walks, you can see is very, very stout and very, very comfortable in terms of her design and her angles. If you've been listening to me all day, I like them stout. I'm a firm believer we've got to have hogs that are correct in their angles, hogs that are athletic in terms of their genuine build, and hogs that still have muscle. The one that does it best for me in this class, despite presentation, is the young lady's belted gilt right here in the center. She's going to start off this particular heat. Again, this one's tall shouldered and she's elevated, but she's stout about her skull. Her blade angle is laid in where she needs to. She's great in terms of her rib cage and her body cavity. And out of the top trio, she is by some margin the most comfortable and the most athletic and fluid in terms of her skeleton when you study her at the surface. A very nice high quality gilt that I just wish would drive a little bit better for this young lady here today. Gilt that's going to go second in this particular heat is the young lady's blue gilt here. And again, from a presentation, skin and hair standpoint, like I said, this one's dressed to the 9s. She's big about her back, big and square in terms of her chest, has a lot of fresh muscle shape working through her. At the same standpoint for me, she gets a little beakier about her skull and her face, and for as big and as bold as she is up high, I guess the carpet doesn't necessarily match the drape, so to say. She gets smaller in terms of her feature as you study her at the surface, and in particular, I'd like to stouten that one up from ankle to ground in particular as you watch her go away. Still at that standpoint, she is more correct in terms of her pastern set than the young lady's bigger belted gilt that comes out here next. I think this is a really unique gilt. Maybe if she got a few more pounds in her and was at a heavier weight, she might level out and flatten a little bit more in terms of her spine there. That one's really long about the front 1/3 of her skeleton. She's big in terms of her chest. She just reads flatter about her natural rib shape, in particular her forerib there. But again, a good high quality gilt with 2 really good high quality gilts up ahead of her. Young lady did a nice job of driving that one for me today. Young lady's blue bear that comes out next kind of does so by default. Good practical, good design kind of a bear that offers us some skeletal width when he drives right at you. He's opened up from blade to knee to ground. At the same standpoint, doesn't have those extra bells and whistles from a balance or feature perspective as what those 3 hogs that place up ahead of him do today. Young lady's gilt that comes out next, again, like the front 2/3 of this female, she's awesome in terms of her center cavity there. Wants to swing them too much as you study that one when you set her in motion. Just need to bring her back in her confines in that regard. Round out the class, young lady's gilt here, one that initially when she came out of the gate I was hoping would just kind of loosen up for the individual. This one's really, really stout. Her skin and hair is awesome. She's great in terms of her rib cage. She's certainly heavy muscled. Just doesn't want to go good enough off of either end of her skeleton today. Still a hog though that certainly reads with a lot of quality when you study her genuine build, her feature, her density, and her skeletal width and makeup. Just needs to be looser hinged for this particular judge. Very good class of gilts with a really nice gilt up top and a good trio. Again, let's put our hands together for these kids as they exit.
Your winner of Class 8, Stella Rodriguez of the Kendrick 4-H Club. Standing second, Olivia Simpson of the Town and Country 4-H. In third place with Dunellen 4-H is Haley Cabrera. Fourth place, Emma Counts of the Wild and Country 4-H. Fifth place with Wild and Country, Brooke Varney. And in sixth place, Holly Clooney with the Southern Roots 4-H. Again, we say thanks to Integrity Site Development for sponsoring Class 8. Class 9 now coming into the ring. Currington Contracting is the sponsor of Class 9. Brody Hobkirk with the Lake Weir Middle FFA. Aiden Welcome, also with the Lake Weir Middle FFA. Madeline Lippincott with the Forest High FFA. Also showing with Forest is Bella Hobkirk. Elida Humphrey showing with the Bellevue Junior FFA. Clayton Lewis showing with the Fort McCoy 4-leaf 4-H. Brooke Sakuda showing with the Caprine 4-H Club. Wyatt Lyons with the Bellevue Middle FFA. Levi Morris with the Wild and Country 4-H. Miranda Guerrera with the Dunellen 4-H. Sam Turner with Kendrick 4-H. Jacob Peoples with Dunellen High FFA. Bentley Goodson with the Grandview 4-H. Kylie Morrison showing with Forest High FFA. Laney Hamlink with the Cracker Country 4-H. And Cadence Perez with the North Marion Middle FFA. 16 entries between 267 and 268 pounds here in Class 9. We always appreciate having our law enforcement leaders here with us. We've got Chief Terry Holland with the Bellevue Police Department here with us tonight. Chief Holland, thank you for being here. We appreciate you and all of our law enforcement officers for the great work that you do. In case you missed it, earlier in the week, we had our first adaptive show here at the Southeastern Youth Fair. And what a wonderful time that was of having these students who may not otherwise have the opportunity to show animals to come in and participate in that adaptive show. I think we had over 50 entries into that, and we look forward to that growing each year. We have some representatives who are walking through the stands now. They're selling tickets for a raffle for a cooler that the proceeds will go to this adaptive show. So if you're in a position to help them out and would like to maybe take a chance on winning a cooler, purchase some of those tickets when they come by. Once again, the raffle tickets for, I think it's a Yeti cooler for the adaptive show.
Another really good class, and the biggest class we've had so far today, so I opted to keep 7 because I thought the young man's bluegilt was certainly worth mentioning and talking about on the microphone. But again, I think a very deep class and a very big class, but still a very logical class with an easy class winner, the young ladies bear right here in front of us. Again, just kind of overwhelms the class in terms of this ability to combine function, power, and balance to the highest degree. He's really neat and extended from the blade forward, but he's still stout and robust about his skull. He's big and he's fresh in terms of his back. He just kind of comes out here on this hard clay surface and floats, paints a really good silhouette of a show hog from the side, and when you get behind him, he's still stout about his pin set, big and square-ended, just a good hog and a good place to start off. The hog that most logically follows that young one is the young lady in the green shirt here right in front of me. This is another power hog that's big and robust about its skull. When it drives at you, it's open through the center portion of its blade, fresh and rolled up in terms of his back and its upper rib cage, really good through his center body cavity. She's a little bit rounder about her hip relative to what our class winner is today, and I'd like to see her take that hind leg and pull it with a little bit more reach there past her tail root. But again, that's another stout one that's really good when you study her at the surface. Very, very comfortable, and the young lady did an awesome job of driving and presenting this one out out here in this particular class, as did the young lady with the painted up built that comes out here next. This one's a little shot shorter bodied and a little more unique in that attribute than what our second place individual is. She's another one that's open through the center portion of her blade, big and square as you study her from blade to knee to ground, with a neat kind of look out there ahead of her. Another one that's fresh and rolled up in terms of her back. More concerning for me is when you step in behind this one, out of our top trio, she's the most east and west in terms of where she wants to place her hock as you watch her go away. If we could bring her back within her confines, I think she pushes that gilt in second place that much harder. Bear that comes out next studies very similar to that gilt that places up ahead of her. Really unique in terms of its proportions, being elevated and stout mug. Didn't read this guy as hitting the ground with as much genuine width when you study him at the surface, in particular when you come at you. And the same standpoint is said when he goes away from you. Again, just give this one a shot more genuine width and spread there at the surface, and I think we can work him up higher in this class. Good practical bear that I pinned early comes out next for this young man. He's did an awesome job of driving this one in class as well. Very, very comfortable when you set this one in motion. Just in comparison to those hogs that place up ahead of him, gets more vanilla and plain in terms of his top shape as you study him in the upper portions of his skeleton. He's really, really good and comfortable in terms of his reach, but when you get right behind him again, he's another one that gets shallower in terms of his twist. Just doesn't have as much genuine muscle shape those hogs that place ahead of him today. I thought he was still more comfortable in terms of his hip and hind leg than the young man's bear that comes out here next. Young man did a great job on the stick on this one as well. Love the shape of this one's skull and how elevated he is up front. He's big about his form, really heavy boned and dense in terms of his feature, and good in terms of his skin and hair coat. He's a bear that's uniquely kind of long in terms of his upper hip, but again, just doesn't want to reach and grab with as much comfort and ease off that hind skeleton as what those 4 or 5 hogs that place up ahead of him today do. Young man's blue gilt that comes out next, and again, we kept 7 in this particular class. Love how big-bodied and round-ribbed this particular female is. She's great in terms of her muscle shape up high. Just another one that we've got to stouten up in terms of her skull and her feature when we study her at the surface. Give her a shot more just foot size off of either end of her skeleton, and I think that gives her a more balanced look. Young man did a great job of feeding and presenting this one here for me today. Again, if you could, put your hands together for those exhibitors in that class. Really good class with a really, really good bear on the top end.
Congratulations, Class 9 exhibitors. Winning the class, Brooke Sakuda of the Caprine 4-H Club. Second place, Miranda Guerrera of the Dunellen 4-H. In third, Cadence Perez of the North Marion Middle FFA. Kylie Morrison with Forest High takes 4th place. 5th place, Sam Turner, Kendrick 4-H. And rounding out our top 6, Aiden Welcome with the Lake Weir Middle FFA. We say thanks to Currington Contracting for sponsoring Class 9. We have 12 entries coming in Class 10. Class 10 being sponsored by Casey's Cookie Factory. We have Tinley Lewis of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Reagan Cook with the Wild and Country 4-H. Kaylee Colosimo with the Southern Roots 4-H. Savannah Carsey with the North Marion High FFA. Sammy Peterson with the Two Rivers 4-H. Arabella Brown with the Fort McCoy Middle FFA. Andrena Thornton with the Indigo 4-H. Peyton Williams with Colt Country 4-H. Peyton Brinkley with the Majestic Oaks 4-H. We have a Forest High. This is a chapter hog. Somebody let us know who that exhibitor is. We'd love to announce their name. Ronnie Vernon with the Indigo 4-H. And Natalie Fasulis showing with the Southern Roots 4-H. These hogs will weigh between 269 and 271 pounds. We have two vehicles that are blocking other cars in the west parking lot. We'd love for you to please move your car so others might be able to get out. One is a white Jeep Wrangler, license plate 19GBND. There's also a Honda CR-V, license plate C181NZ, a Jeep Wrangler white and a Honda CR-V. Sophia Wallace, we believe one of these belongs to you. So, Sophia, if you would please move your vehicle for us, we'd be grateful to you.
Good class of market hogs, and two gilt surface to the top for me, and they're both similar in terms of their type and kind, and there's some trade-offs, right? They're both stout-featured, robust-made kind of females. They're opened up when you study them from blade to knee to ground. They're fresh about their back shape. They've got good turn and roll in terms of their rib cage. One's a little neater looking up front. Another one's a little bigger bodied and curvaceous in their rib. And at the same standpoint, they both got the same kind of fold. I'd like to lengthen both in terms of their upper hip. There is one, though, that throughout the duration of the drive, I think is just a little bit more comfortable in terms of how she handles her hip and lying leg. And with that being said, too, she's also bigger and bolder from her chest floor when you study her right at the surface and doesn't deviate in as much from blade to knee to ground. Young lady skilled there on the far end. She's going to lead off this particular class. Again, that one's really neat looking from the blade forward. By some margin, she's the biggest and most expansive and opened up as you study her from her chest floor at the surface. She's got really good turn and roll through the upper portion of her cage and the center portion of her rib. She is big bodied as maybe what another gilt out here is. No, absolutely not. And then, like I said, both of these gilts I'd like to lengthen in terms of their rump and in particular out of their upper hip, but I do think that one handles the surface and doesn't step quite as wide on that back left as what the young ladies gilt that slots second in this class does. Initially, when this one come out the gate, I thought, well, here's our class winner, because again, this is a good balance, good proportional kind of gilt. At the same standpoint for me, when you study that one and the longer you analyze her, when she drives right at you, she wants to deviate more from blade to knee to ground. She's another gilt that gets short out of her rump, and in particular, the longer this drive wears on, she really wants to swing on that back left leg, and I just like to bring her back within her particular confines. The young man's bear that slots third in this class, man, if we could freshen this one up from a muscle shape perspective up high, I think he wins the class for fun, because that one is really heavy duty and dense in terms of his skeleton. Maybe the biggest legged animal that we've seen all day while still being correct in terms of his joints. Really stout and robust about his skull. Paints the right kind of silhouette and build from the side. At the same standpoint for me, just too vanilla and nondescript in his muscle shape up high as we push into these heavier weights. Young lady, the bear that comes out next is the other heavy muscle bear in this group, and if we could just make him more comfortable off of his front 1/3, I think he places that much higher in this class, because from the blade back, again, this one's really good in terms of his rib shape and his body cavity. He's stout pinned, stout ended kind of bear that's really square and secure from hip to hock to ground. Just too hesitant in terms of how he wants to place his feet on this clay surface out here. At the same standpoint, still thought he had more natural muscle shape than what the young lady's predominantly white bear that comes out next does. Again, this one's really good in terms of his body cavity and very practical in terms of his build and his design. Just putting on too much white muscle, as I like to call it, just doesn't have as much natural muscle hog shape as you study that one up high. Round the class, young lady's gilt here, maybe one that's fought a little bit of an injury bug at some standpoint in its life. Really neat front 2/3 on this particular female hog that's extended from the blade forward, really shapely and fresh about its back shape. Just again, got to square this one up as you study her going away from hip to hock to ground. If we could push her hocks back in her, we could certainly work her up the line today. Just gets a little too east and west in that regard for this particular judge. Good class of hogs again. Let's put our hands together for these young folk.
Congratulations, Class 10. Winning the class, Southern Roots 4-H, Natalie Vasula showing that animal for them. Second place, Tinley Lewis of the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Third place from Colt Country 4-H, Peyton Williams. Fourth place showing with Majestic Oaks, Peyton Brinkley. Fifth place is the Forest High FFA being shown by Olivia Creasy. And in sixth place, Savannah Carsey with the North Marion High FFA. Thanks once again to Casey's Cookie Factory for sponsoring Class 10. Class 11 now coming in, sponsored by Midstate Concrete. Autumn Bowl showing the Vanguard High Chapter Hog. Laney Roberts showing with the Forest High FFA. Camden Douglas showing with Vanguard High FFA. Grace Petenbrink with Trinity Catholic FFA. Aubrey Hatcher with the Bellevue Middle FFA. David Kendrick with Majestic Oaks 4-H. Josie Law, showing with Fort McCoy 4-Leaf 4-H. We've got the Dunellen 4-H, got a club hog. Benjamin Holland with the Bellevue Middle FFA. Blaze Pinson with the Grandview 4-H. Evelyn Durham with the Country Clovers 4-H. Aubrey Nelson with the Wild and Country 4-H. Hayden Banloo with Cracker Country 4-H. Dylan Wiley Kuhn with the Bellevue High FFA. Avery Sapp showing with Grandview 4-H. And Aiden Johnson showing with Indigo 4-H. 16 entries here in Class 11. These hogs will weigh between 273 and 275 pounds.
getting our heavier weights and down the line, and some of those ones we send back, it's no surprise you get to a heavier weight hog, they're just not as fresh from a muscle standpoint. But all three of these are still really, really good in terms of their shape and their roll through the upper portion of their skeleton. They're good in terms of their body cavity. With that being said, there is one out here that when she drives right at you is the biggest and the squarest. As you study her in her chest floor, she's square in terms of her muscle pattern, great in terms of her body feel and her condition today, and just very, very comfortable and takes a long fluid step out of a long kind of a hip and hind leg. Help me congratulate young lady with the Duroc gilt right here in front of me. She's going to start off this particular class. I think an excellent kind of a Duroc female, and one that's pretty unique, whether it's a market hog show or a breeding scenario. This one's really big and fresh up high. You get this pair of them side by side, and she's broader about her back. So again, really nice kind of a high quality gilt. There's a few out here that are maybe a little bit denser in terms of their heel or just their ankle structure than what another one, or than what she is. But the same standpoint, that one's still plenty stout at this particular size. Just a nice kind of a place to start. It gets closer in my mind between 2 and 3 in terms of what direction you want to go. Between the pair, there's one that I still prefer when she drives right at you. Again, she's more naturally elevated at the point of shoulder. She's better in her knee, certainly better in terms of her pastern set. Maybe gets a little bit more rounder in terms of her muscle pattern as she leaves you. But I like the young man's predominantly black gilt here to go second in this particular heat. Did a nice job of sticking that one out here. Young lady's bear that slots third in this class is one that I just would wish would naturally level out. She's got them dressed to the nines from a skin and hair and a body fill standpoint. At the same standpoint for me, this one's plenty flat about his pasterns up front, really wants to deviate in his knee, and at the same standpoint wants to rock forward in his blade and shove his spine up higher than what I would deem ideal at this size. Did a good job of getting the most and maximizing that bear to his full capability though. Young lady's bear that comes out next, again, proportionality from the side. If we were just going to take a picture at a backdrop, standing still, you'd probably like and gravitate towards this one because he is a really high-headed, stout-made, attractive kind of bear that's good in terms of his lines. Just studies 2 upright off of both ends of his skeleton for this particular judge. Reads 2 straight in terms of his hock. Studies 2 upright and 2 perpendicular in his blade as well. Round out the class here at the young lady's Burt gilt that, again, she did a great job of presenting this one and getting this hog dialed in. One that's really good in terms of his rib and his body shape for me. Just falls out of bed from a base width perspective. Need to give this one a shot more natural muscle both when you study him up high and then as you study him at the surface. Just wish she had more clearance from hock to ground going away. But again, very good kind of a high quality gilt that's well presented by her. Let's give all these exhibitors a hand as they exit.
Winning class 11 from Trinity Catholic FFA, Grace Peterbrink. Standing second, Avery Sapp of the Grandview 4-H. In third place from Bellevue High, Dylan Wiley-Kuhn. In fourth place, Benjamin Holland of the Bellevue Middle FFA. Fifth place is a Dunellen 4-H Club. And in sixth place, Aubrey Hatcher of the Bellevue Middle FFA. Again, we say thanks to Midstate Concrete for sponsoring Class 11. Class 12 now in the ring, 14 exhibitors. Peyton Johnson with the North Marion High FFA. North Marion High Chapter Hog. Riley Delk with the Vanguard High FFA. Jeremy Crouch with the Dunellen 4-H Club. Riley Sconyers with the Dunellen 4-H Club. Kaylee Strichter with the Dunellen 4-H. Carson Hamilton showing the Majestic Oaks Club Hog. Hunter McMines with the Westport High FFA. Luke Hudson with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Chasen Gonsman with the Westport High FFA. Taylor Varney with the Wild and Country 4-H. Lex Antoine with the Bellevue Bald Eagles. Haley Meadows with the Forest High FFA. And Avery Larinko, also with the Forest High FFA. Nicole and John Hettinger are sponsoring Class 12. Thank y'all very much for doing that.
good class of gilts, and I think 3 really nice gilts up top. And yet again, with that being said, I think a good place to start is the young man in the green shirt here in the center portion of the ring. Just simply looks like the market gilt out here. One that's stout about her skull, one that's big and open through the center portion of her blade, good in terms of her rib shape, long about her hip, very, very comfortable when you start her at the surface. Admittedly, for me, I'd like to give her just a shot more width right there at her knee, and that's where the gilt in second certainly has an advantage, but she just overwhelms the class by being square and robust in terms of her muscle pattern, and at the same time is comfortable and angular in terms of her build. Now, I love the general build and design of the young man's calico that's going to go second in the class, and I didn't pin her right away because I kind of debated myself, does she have just enough fresh enough shape and roll up high? I think in the instance she certainly does. This is another one that never really takes a bad step as you study her out here on the surface. Yeah, with that being said, I'll be the first to admit I wish I could just give her more spread as you study her from blade to hip. Young man did a nice job driving and presenting that one for me today. I prefer her squareness of her muscle pattern over the young lady's chromed up gilt there on the far side of the ring. This one's really unique in terms of her proportions. She's really round ribbed, really, really hairy and big and robust in terms of her chest. You study her out through her hips, she just gets rounder in terms of her overall muscle pattern. We'd like to square her up there in that regard. Still thought she had an advantage over the young lady's gilt that comes out next. Another one that's big and robust in terms of the center portion of her body cavity. Just reads too frail as you study her at the surface, particularly out of her hind skeleton. Need to make that one stouter from ankle to ground, in particular going away. Bear that comes out next does not have an issue with stoutness. That one's really robust and stout about his skull, big in terms of his arm, really big and square and secure from hip to octaground as you steady him going away. Just gets plainer in terms of his overall muscle pattern, wants to shuffle more as you study him on those front pasterns as you set him out here on this clay surface. Round the class, young lady's York Bear here that she's done a great job presenting. Awesome in terms of skin and hair. One that's got a cocky look when you study him from the side. At the same standpoint, wants to get a little bit more apex in terms of how his blade's designed. Wants to flatten there in terms of his center blade and his forerib shape. Need to bust him open in that regard, and we can work him up higher in class here today. Good class of hogs. Let's put our hands together for them.
Your Class 1 or Class 12 winner is Carson Hamilton of the Majestic Oaks 4-H. Standing second, Luke Hudson of the Lucky Learners 4-H. Third place, Peyton Johnson of the North Marion High FFA. In fourth place is the North Marion High. This is a chapter hog. Fifth place, Avery Larinko of the Forest High FFA. And in sixth place, Riley Sconyers of the Dunellen 4-H Club. We appreciate Nicole and John Hedinger for sponsoring Class 12. Class 13 now coming into the arena. 14 exhibitors in this class. Addison Torres from the Bellevue High FFA. Brecken Counts from the Cracker Country 4-H. Abigail Kendrick with the Osceola Middle FFA. Sophie Navarez also with Osceola Middle FFA. Kylie Rumans showing 2 with Osceola Middle FFA. Peyton Kennedy with the Wild and Country 4-H. Isabella Denton with the Westport High FFA. Wyatt Schultz showing with the Dunellen 4-H Club. Wyatt Baker showing with Fort McCoy Middle FFA. Kennedy Sawyer showing with the Dunellen Christian FFA. Brinley Durham with the Country Clovers 4-H. Donnell Richardson with the Indigo 4-H. Neva Dawson also with Indigo 4-H. And Jada Graham showing with the Indigo 4-H. Class 13 is sponsored by Grandview Farms and the Sapp family. Thank you, John and family, for sponsoring Class 13.
getting to some of these heavier weight hogs. And again, I think got a nice trio up here up top, and two in particular that surface to the top for being the stout, manly, burly kind of hogs in this particular class. And again, there's trade-offs between them. Both of them have faults in the same kind of area. I'd like to correct them on their pasterns up front, make them a shot more comfortable there. And yet with that being said, there's one that when you watch her come at you is simply more opened up through his chest, floor, and knee. And at the same standpoint, when you watch him go away, is square and more secure from hip to hock to ground while being comfortable in that regard. Young lady's tar head there in the center portion of the ring is going to start off this particular class. Again, like I said, I wish this guy was just up on his front pasterns a little more for this particular judge. But in terms of stoutness and squareness, still painting a real neat silhouette of a show hog from the side, and certainly being stouter and then ended it square from hock to ground as you study him go away is really what allows him to supplant himself for the young man's high quality belted barrow here. Now from a proportionality standpoint, I really dig this young man's barrow. He's tall shouldered, he's elevated, he's short about his back, good in terms of his rib cage. He too, it takes a long step and is comfortable off his hip and hind leg. I get disappointed when he drives right at you. He wants to close up from blade to knee to ground, and then as you watch him go away, he wants to get more east and west in terms of where he places his hocks. That hog just simply has more groceries than the young lady's blue gilt that slots third in this particular class. Young lady's blue gilt, very, very functional and comfortable in terms of her build. One that's high-headed and attractive on the profile with some lean muscle shape still working through her at this size. Just simply gives up too much groceries through the center portion of her body cavity. Isn't stout enough in terms of her feature. Still thought she had more natural muscle shape. The young lady's Yorkshire gilt that comes out here next. Young lady does a good job of driving this round-bodied kind of female for me. Just another one that wants to get plainer in terms of her natural muscle shape as you study her up high. Still thought that one was more angular in terms of her build than the young man's really hairy kind of white gilt that comes out next. Again, if we're just setting these things still and taking a picture of them, there's a lot of things to like and admire about the young man's female here. At the same standpoint for me, she just reads more apex in terms of her frame, particularly as you study her through the top side of her blade and her skeleton. Just isn't as fresh today as some of the other hogs in the class. Round out the class, young man's kind of Hampshire appearing barrow here. One that has a big fresh back working through him as a square-ended hog that's really square and secure from hip to hock to ground. He's another one that gets more hesitant in terms of where he wants to place those front feet. Need to square that one up in terms of his chest floor, but thought his added muscle shape at this size, he was certainly deserving to catch a pin in this particular class. Nice kind of a barrow that's well driven and presented by that young man. My compliments to him. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause as they exit.
Your winner in Class 13 is Brindley Durham of the Country Clovers 4-H. Standing second, Wyatt Schultz of the Dunellen 4-H. In third place, Abigail Kendrick of the Osceola Middle FFA. In fourth place, Isabella Denton with the Westport High FFA. In fifth place, Wyatt Baker with the Fort McCoy Middle FFA. And in sixth place, representing Indigo 4-H, Donnell Richardson. Congratulations to our Class 13 exhibitors. And again, we appreciate Grandview Farms and the Sapp family for sponsoring Class 13. Class 14 has 13 exhibitors. Alex Gutson from the Lake Weir Middle FFA. Angela Lambert with North Marion High FFA. Shelby Faison with the Forest High FFA. Paisley Gross with the North Marion Middle FFA. Aubriana Colosimo with the Southern Roots 4-H. Paige Wallace showing with Florida Riverside 4-H. Grayson Rodriguez with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Abigail Decker showing with the Dunellen High FFA. Abigail Schultz showing with the Dunellen 4-H Club. Lucy Camacho showing with the Westport FFA chapter. Sonia Slate with the Indigo 4-H. Jacob Bailey showing with Osceola Middle FFA. And Trinity Richardson showing with the Indigo 4-H Club. Watkins Seamless Gutters is our sponsor for Class 14.
Interesting class of pigs. And as we start to move up to the heavier weights in particular, it seems like a lot of these hogs just break down on their front pasterns anymore, which is unfortunate, but that's the reality of the show pig industry, and it's something that we all fight as breeders. But that being said, I do think these three are kind of the combination hogs in this particular drive. Hogs that still open up with some skeletal width, hogs that are still kind of angular in terms of their build. Yeah, with that being said, I do think there's one out here that's just simply the most comfortable one. That's the young lady's Calico right here in front of me. She'll start off this particular class. This hog's big and opened up through his chest floor when he drives at you, fresh about its muscle shape, really square and secure from hip to octagon as he leaves you. Ideally for me, I'd like to make this one just a shot fuller in terms of its body cavity from a balance perspective, but on build alone, that's the place you need to start in this particular class. It gets closer in my mind between 2 and 3 in terms of what direction you want to go. Again, I'll be the first to admit I'd like to shorten the toes and pick up the pasterns on both these females, but the one that is bigger and more durable in her chest, just basically more durable in her build, in particular out of her front 1/3, is the young man's belted gill here in front of me that'll slot second in this particular class. This one's really stout and robust about her skull. Another one that's big and opened up in terms of her back. Ideally for me, as you watch her going away, I think she could plant him a shot square, and that's where the gilt in third has an advantage. But at the same standpoint, that one's more acceptable in terms of her chest floor when she drives right at you. Young lady's predominantly white gilt next and third. Really like and appreciate this one from the blade back. Super square and secure about her hock. She gets too short and too round in terms of the upper portion of her rump. More concerning to me when that one drives right out you out of our top trio. She's the flattest in terms of her pastern set and also deviates the most from knee to ground. Gilt that comes out next is a gilt that, again, is a bigger outline kind of a female there. One that paints a nice silhouette of a show hog from a side. Just need to make this one stouter in terms of it out of her hip. Just kind of wants to fling those rear legs instead of really planting and driving off of them. At the same standpoint, thought she was square in terms of her muscle pattern. The young man's gilt that comes out next. The young man did a nice job of driving, presenting this one for me today. She's big and robust and round in terms of her rib cage. Unfortunately, she's just rounder in terms of her overall muscle pattern. Gets the most east to west in terms of her hock placement as anything in the top 6 in this class. Good class of gilts. Nice gilt up top. Again, put your hands together for those kids as they exit.
Our winner in Class 14, Abigail Schultz of the Dunellen 4-H Club. Standing second, Jacob Bailey of the Osceola Middle FFA. In third place, Aubriana Colosimo of the Southern Roots 4-H. Fourth place is Shelby Faison of the Forest High FFA. Fifth place, Angela Lambert showing the North Marion High chapter animal. And in sixth place, Grayson Rodriguez with the Kendrick 4-H Club. Congratulations to all of our Class 14 exhibitors, and thanks again to Watkins Seamless Gutters for sponsoring that class. Class 15, sponsored by Summerfield Sales, coming now into the arena. We have Brantley Diley of the Fort McCoy 4-League 4-H. Gracie Bozeman with the North Marion High FFA. Amelia Blanchard with the Wild and Country 4-H. Molly Grubb with the Vanguard High FFA. Showing with Cracker Country 4-H is Trip Christmas. Brooke LaPlante with North Marion High. Easton Davis with the Country Clovers. Elena Johns also with the Country Clovers. Carly Cook with the Wild and Country 4-H. Cassia Smith with the Bellevue Middle FFA. Jordan Drillick with the Dunellen 4-H. Diana Abreu with the Westport High FFA. Addie Mims showing with Kendrick 4-H. Caden Stickson showing with the North Marion Middle FFA. Logan Rector showing with the Lucky Learners 4-H. And Madison Lambert with the North Marion Middle FFA chapter. Summerfield Sales is sponsoring Class 15.
Again, getting to some of these heavier weights, and it just becomes more evident, especially on some of those ones we sent down the line, just putting on white muscle or fat necessarily in condition as opposed to still having kind of lean market hog shape. But I think all three of these in the top end of this class still open up with plenty of shape and muscle. They're good in terms of their cage. They're functional and practical in terms of their skeleton. They're good on their feet and legs. And there is one in here at the same standpoint that just opens up with more genuine width as you study it through his chest floor. He's the biggest and freshest about his back. Again, there's maybe another one in here that's a little bit denser in terms of its feature, but the young lady there on the far end of the ring with the barrack headed towards me, she's going to start off this particular class here. My compliments to her. Again, that's a tall, short, attractive kind of bear that's still got some roll working through the top end of his skeleton. Again, a good kind of a hog and a good place to lead off. It gets close to my mind between 2 and 3 in which direction you want to go. I think the hog in third place is actually a little bit heavier muscled, but from the same standpoint, the young man in the green shirt needs to go next in this particular class and be second. Again, that's a high-headed kind of bear that's stout about his skull. Still opens up with some genuine width. Is good in terms of his rib cage and his flesh. Really long and loose and comfortable out of that hip and hind leg. Ideally for me, again, let's freshen this one up in terms of his back shape up high, but at the same standpoint, I like that hog's balance over the young lady's real stout one that goes third in the class. This is the heaviest muscle bear in the class. He's still fresh and rolled up in terms of his back. He's comfortable out of his hip and hind leg. He's too short coupled for this judge out of the front 1/3 of his skeleton, and we've got to readjust him from a balance standpoint. He naturally wants to rock forward in his blade, get a little bit plainer in terms of his overall look there, and I think if we can set that back, he probably wins this class for fun. The young lady that comes out next with their bigger outline white bear, again, really good profiling kind of hog here. Hog that's stout and attractive about his skull. Still has some fresh shape working through him up high. Is really square and secure from hip to octaground as he leaves you. He's just too flat in terms of his chest floor and his forerib and his genuine rib shape for me. Have to flesh and bulk that one up to work up any higher in class. Young lady's Yorkshire gilt that comes out next. Again, round-bodied, good ribbed kind of female. Another one that wants to deviate too much from blade to knee to ground when she drives right at you, wants to flatten too much through the center portion of her blade for this judge. And then we round out the class, the young man's bear here. Another bear that's good and practical and round through the center portion of his body cavity. I felt like out of the top 6 in this class, though, he's the least genuine in terms of his muscle shape. He gets frailer in terms of his foot size when you study him at the surface. And at that same standpoint, we got to bring that one up on his front pasterns to work him up any higher in class today. Good class of bears. Again, let's put our hands together for these kids as they exit.
Winning class 15, this is Molly Grubb of the Vanguard High FFA. Standing second, Easton Davis of the Country Clovers 4-H. In third place, Gracie Bozeman of the North Marion High Senior FFA. Fourth place, this is Madison Lambert of the North Marion Middle FFA. Fifth place is Diana Abreu of the Westport High FFA. And in sixth place is Cassis Smith with the Bellevue Middle FFA. Congratulations, Class 15, and thanks again, Summerfield Sales, our sponsor for Class 15. Class 16 is being sponsored by Bo and Amanda Townley. And as they are preparing to come in, we're going to take a 5-minute comfort break. We now have Class 16 coming into the ring. Kaylee Bowles with the Vanguard High FFA. Ryder Roberts with the Osceola Middle FFA. Jake Blanchard with the Wild and Country 4-H. Cale Colbert with Two Rivers 4-H. Holston Sapp with the Forest High FFA. Julia Hettinger with the Wild and Country 4-H. Justin Decker with the Dunellen High FFA. Addison Colosimo with the Southern Roots 4-H. Michaela Mae Bagley with the Dunellen 4-H Club. Ava Dominy showing with Kendrick 4-H. Javion Dowdy showing with Indigo 4-H. Lauren Lewis showing with the Bellevue Middle FFA. And Lauren Hamilton, Lauren showing with the North Marion High FFA.
Again, another class of heavyweights here, and I think all three of these at the top, again, they're the stout, dense creatures in this particular group. And with that being said, there's one out here that's the best in terms of his chest floor and his knee when he comes at you. He's still relaxed in terms of his spine. The angles set to his skeleton are good. I'll be the first to admit, wish he'd drive a little better for the young lady driving him, but the young lady with the belted bear right here in front of me, she's going to start off this particular class again. That one's really unique in terms of his proportions. He's still got length out through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. He's big. He's opened up in his chest. Great in terms of his rib cage, really square and secure and his hot going away. You know, is he just the most expressive muscled one in the world? Absolutely not, but he is a big backed, has a ditch working down through him. Kind of a good place to start. Second's going to be the young lady with the blue bear here right in front of me. And again, I think that's another high quality bear in his own right, who does a great job of presenting that one for me today. He's a rib longer bodied, which is okay in this judge's perspective. He's another one that's big and fresh about his back. From the same standpoint to me, when that one drives at you, he wants to deviate more from blade to knee to ground, but he's still more correct in terms of the length to his rump and the way his spine sets in there than the young lady's off-belt gilded slots third in the class. Young lady's Gilton third is without a doubt the heaviest, most expressively muscled pig in this particular class. At the same standpoint for me, she reads a little longer in the tooth as you study her through the front 1/3 of her skeleton. She's big and fresh and rolled up in her back, but at the same standpoint, needs to level out in terms of her top line. She's another one that gets shorter and around her about her hip when you go away, and a little more east and west in terms of her hocks. Still, she's just a denser featured female than the young lady's red belt that comes out next. Young lady gets this hog's head cranked high. She too paints a really nice silhouette from the side. I like her added reach and athleticism out of her hind skeleton. Just one that gets flatter in terms of her feet up front, frailer in terms of her overall feature. Has more natural muscle mass than the young lady's Duroc that comes out next. This bear is really big and robust through the center portion of his body cavity. Wants to naturally run downhill a little bit. Wants to be set farther forward in his blade than I deem ideal. The young lady did a good job presenting that one. Around the class, young lady's belted gill here. Again, one that's really attractive from the blade forward. Still opens up with some skeletal width, is big and robust and round in terms of her rib cage. Gets more nondescript and vanilla in terms of her muscle pattern when you study her up high, and is certainly the frailest in her features as you study her at the surface. Make her heavier bone, and we can work her up a few places in this particular class. Good class of market hogs again. Let's put our hands together for them.
Winning Class 16, showing with Kendrick 4-H, Ava Domini. Second place, Julia Hettinger with the Wild and Country 4-H. Standing third today, Michaela Mae Bagley of the Dunellen 4-H Club. In fourth place, Lauren Hamilton, North Marion High FFA. Fifth place, Kaylee Bowles with the Vanguard High FFA. And sixth place, Lauren Lewis. Lauren showing with the Bellevue Middle FFA. And again, we say thanks to Bo and Amanda Townley for sponsoring Class 16. We have our last class now entering into the ring, Class 17. 16 entries in this class. We have Alexa Hernandez showing the Horizon Academy Chapter Hog. Garrett Morris from the Dunellen High FFA. Lucas Coker with Majestic Oaks 4-H. Hallie Bird with the Dunellen Christian Academy FFA. Colborne Miller with the Forest High FFA. Matthew Brillhart showing for the Fort McCoy Middle FFA. Holly Heidevick showing with the Dunellen High FFA. Logan Marino with the Town and Country 4-H. Isaiah Dawson with the Indigo 4-H. Lila Peebles with Cracker Country 4-H. Madison Macazio with the Lucky Learners 4-H. Caleb Lawrence showing the Dunellen Christian chapter hog. Brooklyn Strait with the Bellevue High FFA. We have the Indigo, the 4-H Club hog. Jace Buchanan showing with Cracker Country 4-H. And Reagan Macazio showing with the Lucky Learners 4-H Club. Our sponsor for Class 17 is Caitlin and Matthew Mays. These animals will range in weight from 304 to 359 pounds.
Last class of the day and a nice trio to end out on. And again, these are the stout constructed power hogs in this particular group. And then once again, there is one that I guess just balances up better for me from the side. Is more proportional in terms of her build. Still very, very comfortable when you study her at the surface. Young man's Calico Gilt's going to lead off this particular class. Again, really like this one in terms of her line. She's stout about her skull and a track about her face. Big and rolled up in terms of her back and her rib cage. Really stout and square in it as you get behind her. Now, she is heavy boned as the young lady's barrow that slots second in this class. Absolutely not. But when you set her in motion, she has that ability to take her hind leg and pull it further past her tail root than what the young lady's kind of chromed up barrow does. And really, that's what separates the pair. Young lady's done a great job of maximizing this guy to his potential. He's a really stout mug, big arm kind of barrow. Really out and robust about his skull. Big in terms of his forearm and his feature. At the same standpoint for me, he gets a little shorter and rounder about his hip. Just doesn't want to plant and drive with as much authority off that hind skeleton as what the young man's Calico Gilt does. But again, a very nice top pair in this class. That's not taking anything away from the young lady's Berkshire Gilt. Again, I think that's a high quality individual in her own right, and if this was a breeding gilt show, it'd be a fun one to breed on in the future. Really like that one from the blade back. Awesome in terms of her rib cage. Great in terms of her hip and hind leg. She's set too far forward naturally in her blade for me here today. One that we'd also like to give just a shot more foot size to as you study her out through her front arm and ankle there. Young man's Gilt that comes out next. Bigger outline female, probably the pound's heaviest hog in the class. Really good through her center body cavity. Another one that's comfortable. Just kind of runs out of natural market hog shape as you study this one up high and has reached that point of inhibition in her life where she's just putting on white muscle and fat and cover and condition. Freshen that one up. I think we could work her up the line as well. Spot that comes out next, again, really like the rear 2/3 of this animal in particular. Awesome in terms of the turn to her center portion of her body cavity. Really long and loose out of her hip and hind leg with a big hind leg working on her. She gets at the end more forward and upright in terms of her blade, just as a little shot more hesitant out of her front 1/3. Still felt like she, though, had more natural muscle in the young lady's Gilt that comes out next. Again, good proportional kind of female, one that's good in terms of her body cavity. Just getting too flat and too soft on those front pasterns for this judge at this stage of the game. Another one that we need to give a shot more elevation to up front and clean up to her front 1/3. Good way to end out our classes here today. Again, put your hands together for these exhibitors as they exit.
Winning Class 17, Lucas Coker of the Majestic Oaks 4-H Club. Standing second in this class, Hallie Bird, Dunellen Christian FFA. Third place, Reagan Macazio of the Lucky Learners 4-H. In fourth place, Jace Buchanan with the Cracker Country 4-H. In fifth place, Madison Macazio of the Lucky Learners 4-H. And in sixth place, Holly Heidevick showing for Dunellen High FFA. We'll be bringing back each of our class winners now for our Grand Champion Drive.
Right faster.
From Class 1, Caitlin Gerard of the Bellevue High Junior FFA. From Class 2, Blake Hammett of the Kendrick 4-H. Our Class 3 winner, Addison Pope with the Wild and Country 4-H. Class 4, Abby Sapp with the Grandview 4-H. Our Class 5 winner, Cameron Simpson with the Town and Country 4-H. Class 6 is Andy Sapp with the Grandview 4-H. Class 7, Isabella Fasulis with the Southern Roots 4-H. Class 8 is Stella Rodriguez with the Kendrick 4-H. Our Class 9 champion, Brooke Sakuda with the Caprine 4-H. From Class 10, this is the Southern Roots 4-H, a club hog. Class 11 is Grace Pittenbrick from the Trinity Catholic FFA. Class 12, the Majestic Oaks 4-H, a club hog. Class 13, Brindley Durham of the Country Clovers 4-H. Class 14, Abigail Schultz with the Dunellen 4-H. Class 15, Molly Grubb with the Vanguard High FFA. Class 16, Ava Domini with the Kendrick 4-H. And Class 17, Lucas Coker with the Majestic Oaks 4-H. Big round of applause for these 17 exhibitors. Our judge will make his selection for the grand champion of the 2026 Southeastern Youth Fair Swine Show. We'll then bring in the second place animal from that class for our reserve grand champion drive. We will also place a top 6 placings in these classes out here. So there'll be 6 of these entries here that we'll recognize tonight. Our grand champion drive is being sponsored by SAC Roofing, a longtime supporter here of the Southeastern Youth Fair. Cone Farms is sponsoring our reserve grand champion in this year's swine show. And sponsoring the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th positions, NU Septic, Cap Design Group, and David and Leslie Cook. We appreciate all these folks who are sponsoring this. Also want to say thanks to Marion County Farm Bureau, who sponsored the ultrasound for all of our entries into the show this year.
Kids, you can go ahead and shut these down for a minute. This won't be a real long speech. Oh, once again, very appreciative of the opportunity to come down here to Ocala to the Southeastern Youth Fair. If you could, let's put a big round of applause for all these kids that went through the ring today. I said it earlier during showmanship, this environment's awesome. I think it's great how many people hoot and holler and carry on when kids' names are called, when they place in classes. From where I'm at in the Midwest, at a Midwestern County Fair, that doesn't always occur, and I think it's a little unfortunate because all these kids deserve to be recognized for the hard work they put in this winter and this fall with their projects. It's not an easy thing to do, and we need more people that can be advocates for agriculture moving forward. And it just ties into my next spot in this particular speech. Florida's the 3rd most populous state in the country. There's not many people that I think of Florida and think of, show pigs or livestock, especially, when you think of some of those bigger states. But we need more people that are willing, and youth in particular, that are willing to come out and participate in a 4-H or an FFA project and work with an animal. I work for a pharmaceutical company now, but for the past 10 years or so, I spent time with a national pork organization. And some of the things that I've learned are, most people in today's society are 3 generations removed from agriculture. So kids this age don't necessarily know where their food comes from. Their parents don't know where their food comes from. Their grandparents don't know where their food comes from. And regardless of whether any of these kids that show here in the ring today decide to pursue a career in the swine industry or agriculture in general, they can be advocates for what the rest of us do in agriculture moving forward. And that's really, really important when you think about the grand scheme of things. We need more people that can attest to the value it takes, that, you know, can attest to the value it takes when you participate in a program like a 4-H or an FFA, and can attest to the value of agricultural principles moving forward. It's something that's missing, and I thoroughly believe that in today's society. So again, I commend each and every one of you that are out here. I commend all those kids out in the barn. Regardless of how you place today, know that I gave my honest opinion, my honest evaluation of these animals. Made sure to talk to every kid that came through the ring and tell them something positive about their animal, and also some things I'd change about them, because there's nothing more frustrating to me than going to a livestock show, having your animal place some way, and not having an idea what the judge said or even thought about it. So you can take those things moving forward and can work and build upon it next year if you've got a string of jackpot pigs at home, whatever it might be. But again, try to build upon those principles. Before I go out and ask these kids to kick these things up again, let's hear a big round of applause for our show staff for helping us out today. Show ran extremely smooth through showmanship this morning. No hiccups, no fighting pigs. I can't always say that when I go out and judge shows, whether it's at a county fair level or a jackpot level or a state fair or national show. So I'm very, very appreciative of that. Kids, you can go ahead and fire these things back up. I'll spin through them one more time. I'll get back on the mic a few more times and get you the top 6 selected here at the 2020, top 5 selected here at the 2026 Southeastern Youth Fair. Keep on driving them. I'm going to go ahead and talk about your grand before I go out and select them. You guys have heard me talk enough on the mic here today about what my type and kind of pig is, and this rings true whether it's at a jackpot show, county fair, state fair, whatever it might be. I'm a firm believer we've got to build these things right from the ground up first and foremost. You saw some of the hogs that came through the ring today, and normally I don't harp on pasterns too bad, but on kind of a harder surface like this clay here, it gets pretty evident that some of these things just aren't built correctly enough anymore, whether it's in terms of their pastern, their length of the hip, their angulation. So I'm a firm believer we've got to build them right from the ground up. After we do that, they need to have muscle, they need to have width, they need to be stout and robust about their feature, and last but not least, they need to come out here and look like show hogs, which each and every one of these do. It's just some of those extra bells and whistles that separate themselves from the rest of their contemporaries out here. There is an animal that we saw today that I guess is my speed in terms of build, stoutness of feature, being very, very correct, never taking a bad step on this surface. Help me congratulate this lady right here. She's going to have your grand champion market hog.
Your 2026 Southeastern Youth Fair Grand Champion Swine Showman, Brooke Sakuda. Brooke is representing the Caprine 4-H Club. So congratulations, Caprine, and Brooke Sakuda, your 2026 Grand Champion. We're going to bring back Miranda Guerrera with the Dunellen 4-H. She stood second place in that class. She'll be coming back in for this reserve Grand Champion drive.
we drop in our second place individual, and she only adds to the quality of the drive. Talked about her being a very, very good gilt in her own right, and she finds herself in the mix with a couple others that are still driving out here. There's another one that we saw in class today I thought was very, very unique. Really shaggy, stout-featured kind of hog, a hog that's very, very comfortable as well. I think matches up pretty well with our champion here today. Could adjust this one in a spot or two, maybe just upper length of hip, but again, I think that's getting very, very critical of a very good animal. Young man's Calico Barrow, he'll be reserved.
And your reserve grand champion from Class 5, representing Town and Country 4-H, Cameron Simpson. We'll now bring that second place animal. That's Kinley Crawford of the Cracker Country 4-H. We'll bring Kinley back in to compete for our third overall place.
Again, we drop in the second place in the class, and I thought that was probably one of the tougher classes of today. Really good trio of pigs on the top end of that. Talked about wanting to adjust that one in a place or two, but he's certainly going to be in contention out here for a top 5. There's another individual that we saw in class that I thought was a very, very good kind of an animal, very proportionate in terms of its build. Another one that's very, very comfortable when you study it at the surface. Young lady's gilt right here. She'll be third.
And standing third in the show this year, from the Southern Roots 4-H, Isabella Fasulas. We'll have Taylor Varazan to come back in from the North Marion Middle FFA. Taylor Varanazan, I'll get that name right. She'll be coming back in from Class 7 to compete for our third or fourth place.
Again, second in that class, a very good animal in her own right. Really, really heavy muscled kind of gilt. Talked about wanting to lengthen that one's hip. There's still a couple others out here driving that are certainly in contention for 4th and 5th overall. Other one we saw, really, really stout, big-legged kind of a hog. Great in terms of his body cavity. Again, talked about wanting to adjust this one in a spot in class. But the young lady's red belt bearer right here. She'll be next.
And our fourth place goes to Abby Sapp of the Grandview 4-H. Congratulations, Abby. We'll be bringing back in now Victoria Paradiso for our 5th and final placing here in our Grand Champion Drive.
dropping our second place hog out of that class. Talked about that one being a really athletic kind of pig, really, really heavy muscled. He finds himself out here with another one. There's another individual we saw in class today, folks, that I thought was a very, very good animal, very unique in terms of his proportions. Talked about just wanting to adjust him in one spot, kind of his toe quality and his pastern set, but I'd be remiss if I left him out of the top 5. Young lady that was second in that one class, she'll be your 5th overall.
And in 5th place is Kenley Crawford of the Cracker Country 4-H. So congratulations to all of our class winners and all of our exhibitors. Again, Brooke Sakuda, your grand champion. Cameron Simpson, your reserve grand champion. Third place, Isabella Fasulis. 4th place, Abby Sapp. And 5th place, Kenley Crawford. We want to say again, congratulations to our Swine Committee for a great job. We want to thank Judge Hines for the great job that he's done all day. It's been a long day for him. Judge Hines, thank you for being here. Thank you for the time that you've taken with our kids. We hope everyone has a safe drive home, and we'll see you in the morning at 9 o'clock for our awards ceremony with our auction starting at 10. Have a good evening.